of cryptocurrency, crypto mines being moved into a place.
I get you.
So anyway, how's everyone else's day? I know that's a hard pivot.
It's a hard pivot. Let me switch over the things. Yeah, I just wish things were better. Let's see. Let's see. Well, now I need to think of what music to put on. Because last time we listened to a whole lot of Donkey Kong. I don't know if anyone wants more Donkey Kong. I guess we could work on some more of the emotes. We'll figure it out. Let's see. I guess it decided to save the foot thing. So, T-Dragon asked a Yu-Gi-Oh question of you up, Karnus, in Discord.
Hold on.
I will, or he will take a look in just a sec. Let's see. As tempted as I am to just play audio from uh words are hard. Stream run. GDQ. I mean, I guess we could finish listening to it, but eh. And I need to unmute YouTube. There we go. I was trying to mess with some stuff earlier to be able to see if I could change the audio channels so that way it's not playing GDQ for the stream, but I could play GDQ for me. And it seems like that's going to be more of a trek to do than I realized. Which is unfortunate. I missed a Returnal. Oh well. Also, I realized that the activity feed for Stream Elements has decided to change to where it shows the viewers, and I don't like that. Yeah, I'll most likely catch up on the VOD too. I was trying to do something a little bit different this time, and as soon as the VODs have been bopped over to YouTube, I've been trying to grab them and throw them into a playlist so I can remember that, like, either, hey, I liked this run, or hey, I still wanted to watch this run, so. Like, I didn't get to give the Ratchet and Clank one my full undivided attention because I was trying to set up for stream and stuff. Um, but it seemed like they were doing a lot of cool things. The Super Monkey Ball one looked like it was pretty fantastic. I kind of half tuned into that one. Which, them being friends was, I felt like, helped a lot. Like, their commentary bouncing off one another back and forth. Like, they don't need to be friends. I just feel like it helps with the chemistry of things. I'm trying to decide which one to open right now. I guess I could tinker around with this one a little bit. Still unsure if I like it, but it'll be fine. Which reminds me, I still need to finish changing everything around. Gonna do more window noises. Typing of the Dead seems like it would be a lot of fun. I think it's might be way too early for me to try and catch it. But I would have to consult the schedule again. I definitely missed the Chichori one, and I want to catch that one. Let's see. God, so many things. Let's see, we're still on Tuesday? Yes. Let's see. Let me refresh it so I can see where we're at in the schedule. I guess the Dead Rising one is actually up next. So they haven't started it yet. Let's see. I haven't ever played Eternal Darkness, so I don't know if that would be necessarily my jam. I was curious about all the Sonic ones, but I don't think I'd be able to get up early enough to be able to watch them. It's okay. The main thing I wanted to be able to watch tomorrow was going to be the Diddy Kong racing. Because it's going to be a 3-way race, I guess? Yeah. And there's also going to be Splatoon 2 New Game Plus. And then after that, there's apparently a bid war going on with any % Majora's Mask 3D or Ocarina of Time 3D. And I would be down for either one of those. Oh, and then there's Zelda's Adventure, CDI. That's gonna be huge. Castlevania block. the main things on Thursday that I'm gonna want to watch. So I was thinking about just having Wednesday and Thursday off from streaming and just re-intervening Friday, because there's not a whole lot on Friday that I would be super interested in. At least enough to give my full focus. Thursday has that Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix HD co-op randomizer race. And then after that, it's going to be Resident Evil Village. And now that I finished Village, I would like to see what that entails. I'm not super attached to any of the Halo games, so I don't know how I'd feel about it. That definitely sounds like it's going to be fun, so I am excited about that. Let's see. Of course, I mentioned the wind earlier, and I hear just a big old gust of wind go outside. Hey, Twistlight. We switched over to doing art things. And also talking about this remaining schedule of GDQ. I hope you're having a good night so far. Or day. I don't know which time zone you're actually in. Oh, I forgot there was a blind Sekiro run. Which day is that? Let's see. Dark Souls is going to be on Friday. And if anyone wants to use the multi-link, it looks like they are starting Dead Rising. Friday's gonna have Dark Souls, I know. And also Super Mario 3D Land for the 3DS. There's also gonna be an any percent race with Pokemon Omega, Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, which is neat. And also Hades. All weapons race between 2 different people. Last day. Last day's gonna have an Earthbound any percent. It says to me it's only be an hour, which is a surprise. Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. Okay, Sekiro is on Saturday. Okay. I'm sure I'd be able to catch that. Nice. Let's see, is it just that? No worries. Had some close calls. Ended up getting second place. Got to try out the new Arenas map. And Arenas is just still not for me. Which is fine. I don't expect it to be. Had updated the graphics, my graphics card, and seen if that would possibly help it to run Apex a little bit more smoothly, especially for the fact that a while ago I had stopped having my graphics card carry the load of Apex in terms of streams, and that still didn't seem to help it. So it seems like probably next Apex stream will have to be after I get a different computer, because it ends up affecting my aim. And I don't like that. That makes sense. It is a zombie game, so... And there's just zombies everywhere. The main reason I never got into Dead Rising is purely because of the timer. It's just like, I know that's meant to be realistic, but also timers in games and permadeath in games just stress me out too much. That's fair. I don't know if VSync turning that off would help, just because it makes it seem like it's not gonna be able to function properly as a game if I turn it off, so I just have opted that that's the one thing I can never turn off. The opening scene that scared me for some reasons, but yeah, timers can make things kind of meh. I feel like Majora's Mask is a good exception to that, just because if something happens, I can just bop back to the first day and just start over. So the time only really ends when I want it to, if that makes sense. Yes, it's timed, but it's not timed in a way that... What did he just do?
Well, okay. Now I have to... like, even games that have, optional timers, you get scared of. So why does Majora's Mask get a pass?
Because I can restart it.
But, like, if there are games you can disable the timer and you still don't want to approach them because they have a timer.
Because their core mechanic is built around that timer. Majora's is built around the fact that you're not going to be able to do everything in those 3 days, and it's meant to be that reset.
But even if the core mechanic is built around the timer, the idea of the fact that you can disable the timer is usually because they're like, yeah, not everyone enjoys the timer. So it just, I'm curious why the fact that you can disable it not alleviate the issue.
Because the mechanics are built around that. Yeah, I can turn it off, but the mechanics are still clearly built around that.
But, like, for example, in Untitled, like, yes, you can turn off the timer, and it just means no one's going to, you're not going to have anyone die in the process of your playthrough.
But that's still mechanical wise, because a lot of the items and stuff that you get are still based on that timer.
I wouldn't say
I feel like a lot of the items are.
The only thing that I've seen that was based on the fact that you had a timer was the meteor dust, which you can give to increase people's timers. It's basically the equivalent of getting an infinite supply of meteor dust, when you put it that way. You understand why?
Not really, because I view those things differently, which is fine. Just I just view them differently. Not trying to be confusing on purpose.
It's not you're trying to be confusing on purpose. I still quite understand the logic of what, why is not disabling it not sufficient? Uh, but yeah, that's just how I perceive things.
I think that is a link to the past. Trying to erase enough to be able to see if everything looks proper. see. Maybe doing some of the line art on this helps. I imagine that that's it is in terms of Majora's Mask, or not Majora's Mask, Link to the Past. That's not what I wanted. Oh, no. Hopefully that makes sense to everyone. I realize it doesn't make too much sense to Pepcarnus, but hopefully it made sense to somebody out there in terms of why Majora's timer does not affect me the same way. Not having to recomplete the dungeons too was nice. And usually I would try and get all the fairies in my first run through of the dungeon, so that way I wasn't having to redo that as well. I think Dan's done a Majora's Mask randomizer. I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain he has. Also, I definitely understand why those quests in particular would be extremely rough. Yeah, especially for the fact that it really just wants your entire attention through being able to get that quest line done, so. Dan has done one? Okay, so I did remember right. Fairly certain these glasses are crooked, but I will tinker with it more, I think, once I have it all got down. Yeah, and the fierce deity is helpful. I just wish it wasn't so long to be able to get those ones. Because those masks don't really do a whole heck of a lot. Okay. You're fine. To be fair, they have done very quiet knocks before.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will. And when I first played through it, I definitely went through the effort of being able to get all the masks at the time, because I had bought Majora's Mask, me and my father did, off of eBay at the time, and it came with the guide, so I had the guide to be able to get all the masks, just so I wasn't like fumbling. Oh, it's done the thing. There we go. Still need to. That might get lost, but should be fine for now. Remember, there's a glitch you could do with the door to the final area of the Lover's Quest. It allowed you to put on the Fierce Deity mask and run around. Was that in the original version or the 3DS version? So I remember there was something akin to that in the 3DS version. They were very quick to patch it out, even though it literally did not break anything or harm anything whatsoever. Yeah, we don't get the guidebooks anymore. The original? Must have been something that had ended up getting carried over then to the 3DS version, which is even more so confusing. Why wouldn't they have just kept it in? Especially for the fact that a lot of games back in the day, they didn't really have the luxury of being like, oh, this is broken, we need to fix it through a patch. They're pretty much the same size. So they had to make sure that nothing would break on its way out the door. And anything that just was found through it just stayed, because there's no way you'd be able to update that kind of thing. Like, sure, it's neat that we're able to get updates to our games the way that we're able to. It feels a lot, though, like it kind of gets leaned on a lot. And I could be wrong, because I definitely haven't made a game whatsoever. Did it? Yeah, it did. Final Fantasy 1 had a glitch that they actually just made a feature in their guidebook. One area of the map had stronger enemies that you could grind against if you had fire spell. Huh. And I imagine it wasn't originally supposed to be that. I can't think of anything else in particular of what would have been a bug that they kind of made a feature like that. Combo being able to patch anytime, so get out the door and game ballooning in terms of complexity. That's fair. That is completely fair. You know what? I'm gonna keep these on its own layer, because why not? Cheats were nice. I do miss cheats. Game Shark certainly made a business out of being able to do the cheats. I wonder what happened to them. Goat Simulator, creepers in Minecraft are a thing because of a bug where stacked a pig vertically? Was that before it released? I see the internet just going all over the place now. Internet, why? Hang on. Just... I'm gonna let the internet do its thing for a hot minute. I don't know what it's doing, but I'm gonna let it do its thing. I just see it dropping frames. I'm not downloading anything. You're not doing anything, are you, Steam? No, but I'm still gonna close you out anyway. Because you might be the culprit. You might be the culprit. I'm just gonna give it a second, see if it's stabilized before continuing on. Nope. It feels like it's been doing that a lot lately, and I don't know why. you seeing any issues with the internet?
What?
Are you seeing any issues with the internet?
No.
I'm seeing it go anywhere from over like 3,000 where it's normally supposed to be at to just dropping to like 56 or 0.
I mean, I have no idea.
I have no idea either. Hi, Nikki. I'm just kind of letting internet do its thing at the moment, I guess, because it has decided that it's just going to be all over the place. The parent company of Game Shark went out of business. The rights were sold to Mad Catz, and then Mad Catz didn't do anything with the brand. That's fair. So Mad Catz has the brand. They've just chosen not to do anything with it. I think they were kind of like competitors of sorts, weren't they? I think. Internet why?
Now it's not cutting out, right?
Now it's giving you issues.
Yeah, now it's kind of.
Do you think it's just the time of night? Because I feel like there's been a lot of issues this time of night.
I have no idea.
Just finished paying a bunch of bills and had to dip into credit cards since my check was so low from the holidays. Oh no! Good thing you're going to a job that's gonna pay you and respect you more. Gotcha. I could be misremembering. Sorry, I'm just waiting to see the internet stabilize, and it just does not seem like it wants to, and it's also starting to affect Upcarnus, so... I see it regularly just dipping into
Hope you're ready for some fun.
Hi, Dr. Fat Caddy. Thank you for the raid. What, Craig? Hi, Gwen. Hi, Dr. Fat K. Hi, Queen. I pulled over stream for a second because the internet is being finicky, and I wanted to just kind of chill for a sec before I work more on things. How was your stream? Oh. Too long. Caddy needs to sleep. It dragged on. Hopefully not in a bad way. Enchiladas are worth the distance, Queen. I hope you have a good lurk. Dinkarampa has a talent for ugh. I wouldn't know, but at some point me and Upcarnus are going to play through that series. Thank you. That's fair. I tend to drag on my own streams, so I'm used to longer streams. Which, so long as internet is willing, which it doesn't feel like it's been super willing right now. That's fair. Not too many spoilers, though, because want to make sure I'm able to go in fairly new to it. Have a good sleep, Dr. Fat Caddy. Sleep is very good. You also must sleep now, Greg? That is fair. Sleep is good. I hope you have good sleep. That's fair. That kind of thing doesn't bother me too terribly much. But I'm also the kind of person that's just kind of like, I'll just replay this thing for fun. Well, sometimes you need to sleep sometime. It seems like it has stabilized. So I will continue on now. Seems like it has at least. I know at least for me, I eventually need to sleep. Sleep is good for me. Is it not doing the thing? It is not.
Hello? We'll be down for 10 seconds, sir.
Sounds like food's here. Well, being that I'm sure a good majority of us have been watching GDQ, have you had any favorite runs so far? It's doing that again. Why is it doing that so much? Nah, that's fair. I tend to have favorites, so that's why I ask. No, I still want to be able to have this connect, so good enough for me. Oh, not to the need sleep. That's fair. I stayed up for the rest of that dance stream. The anticipation did so much adrenaline for me that I was just like, you know what, I'm just up now. So I'm just gonna watch the rest of the stream. I fell asleep at around 7-ish that morning, so I understand. Maybe I should. are you? There you are. I realize this is not the best color for it, but we'll go with this for now. Thank you. Anything important in the mail?
No, just mail.
I was also watching it in the dark in bed. And I agree, that made it much spookier. Snapple fact. Let's see. I hope you're doing good, Queen. Let's see. What do we got? That feels a little cursed, so we're gonna... I imagine this is still the case. No word in the English language rhymes with month. Now that just makes me want to think of a word that could rhyme with month, which is not the case. I'm gonna run out of slots here soon. A lot enough for me. Still getting used to both the city I live in and being single and alone in a house. The first game really got all alone bad vibes going on. That is fair. That is fair, especially I did not watch a whole lot of the first one. I ended up coming in on the second one, and the fact that it's just like, hey, you're a woman alone trying to not die due to this like haunted situation, hitchhiking and stuff.
You could just swing with my book.
That's what I was thinking. Here, I will. I assume so.
Yours.
Gonna take, I think, a small break. Just, nibble on some food. But we can all still talk. If anything, I still have the run up on my computer, which is in no way hindering the stream itself. It's just internet is being wonky as all hell. Thank you. I thought they were gonna give me french fries.
They're in here.
They're in there? Okay.
I'm pretty sure they are.
So I was given rice and french fries? Huh. I mean, I'll still eat it, just I didn't realize that's what they were gonna do.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Seventh, but the syllable spacing doesn't really let it work. That's fair. Oh. Bye, internet. The only thing I can figure is that it's 18 degrees outside. And I'm not sure if it's like high winds that's affecting it, but I know for sure it's not computer stuff. I'm happy doing it. You too, Nikki. And I'm real glad that you're able to find a different job. I know you're still gonna test out the waters with it, but I'm excited. We don't really have skyscrapers around us.
No. Not in Manhattan.
No. And like, I'm still wearing like shorts and short sleeve and having the window cracked open because the heater just absolutely pumps heat in here. Even if it's just a weekend set, wouldn't be too bad. Only 4:59 there. Good, it's not too bad. I turned away for a second. I was just like, what the fuck's going on with this cutscene? But my go. Well, I guess we're talking. I still need to think of what would work well for a woo face because I feel like the woo face pumpkin gets used enough to where that face should stay, just not in pumpkin form.
I could just. You can only do Zuruku.
Zuruku doing the woo face.
Yeah, I mean.
Just finish the devotion drawing? Nice. Which means you got through Wingman and Devotion today? That is also optimal, Nikki. I know he had shared view, I think, in Discord, Queen. I guess my Discord to be precise. Oh. Internet? Bye. Bye. I guess bye, Internet. Yeah. Barry had set up a 2DS capture card to his stream, and he was playing the first Professor Layton game. And I was intrigued because that was literally something I was talking about not too long ago wanting to do, but with the actual 3DS. Doing a 2DS actually makes much more sense.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a little Yeti thing. That was cute. I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. There we go. Let me take a look.
I'm just thinking about the first Professor Layton game, and no, I did go and
That looks real good, Hero.
yeah, it does look nice. I just remember I emulated it because I didn't have it was long since I had ideas at that point, and I just wanted to see like, oh, seems interesting, and I just remember playing through it in a single setting. It's like, oh, okay. And the only puzzle that really kind of annoyed me was the Eight Queens puzzle.
The 8 Queens puzzle? I would have to see it again to be reminded of
I mean, it's a simple one. Place 8 queens on a chessboard so that no two can capture each other. Hey, you ever say you play 8 chessboard?
Yes.
And you have to place 8 queens down.
No, that makes sense.
It's just an annoying.
I just don't remember it.
It's an annoying puzzle because if you don't have the answer offhand, it's just a lot of like, okay.
Of course, you're being drowned out apparently by the music, so let me turn it down. Stream is struggling anyway. I guess try that, maybe? No, looks like it's I guess we'll go with that. That should be better. So it's not drowning you out.
Meow. But yeah. Let's see here.
Nikki meowed back. Yeah, I know, Myth. It's the internet. Just having a heckin' time. Fortunately, I have no control over it seems like it has just a lot to do with the weather right now, and besides, it's just gonna start kicking up late at night. Aw, what a cutie. Duolingo being sassy. Honestly, Hero, I thought you were already doing that. That's how good everything looked. Not as a diss on your skills, I just figured that you were using an overlay as a guide. Wish the internet didn't just decide to plummet during these streams. Did it? Okay, now is music over, or is music just... No, music's over. I realized the audio level just disappeared. You know what? We'll just switch to this. That should be fine. You've done so much quicker if you're tracing. That's fair. Like, I don't mean it as like a diss on you that like you can't do it that well without tracing. I just for some reason thought you were already. Feels bad that this is basically now the stream of tech issues. Which I know is gonna happen, just blarg. If that makes sense. Yeah. Long winter nights make AT&T unhappy. Well, our internet comes through Charter, so it's not AT&T, luckily. But that's fair, Hero. Another pup? Always. Pups are always welcome. I don't think they gave price. I think they straight up just decided no price. No price for me.
I guess not. I swear I saw it in there, but it may have been...
No, I believe you, I think it's just... They gave rice instead. For some reason. Too much energy. That is fair. sometimes that's the nature of dogs. Does anyone know of any good emotes that have the awoo face? So I could look at those and get some ideas. I think this is a mosh pause of just like a bunch of different things.
Yeah, that's what the description says.
Oh well.
It says a selection of Tandoori items.
I wasn't sure what the Tandoori items I was meant, so I was just like, I'll give it a try.
Just various space meats.
That's fair. That's the closest shoes you got. That's fair. Looks like very good puppo. Slap this on top of the rice.
Okay.
Also, just because I feel like it's neat, as of yesterday, officially, like, I've lived in New York for a year now. Which both feels like not that long ago, and also a long time ago. That is true, Myth. That one's very much like weeaboo status. But I think that was the one that Barry said that the community really just did not want him to get rid of. Sounds good. I'm not here to judge anybody's process. Especially weapons, because, like, weapons just... they're so intricate and take so much time. That is a big reason why I wanted to make sure I wasn't going to do anything too terribly weapons-based. You made a big mistake. At least you're only doing one character. Me, on the other hand, I was looking for something to be 3 characters. And of course, picked very intricate skins for all of them. So I also may have made mistakes. Thank you, Meth. And that is fair. I don't usually see it as an emote. The hand looks very ominous from the stream side of things. I think it'll look fantastic once it's all done. I'll just need to think of fake headlines to throw to my fake magazine cover. Which I'm thinking, the only idea I've had is just calling it an anniversary edition. Yours tastes okay?
Hmm?
I only asked because of the bay leaves.
Yeah.
She's cute. They've switched to Tormented Souls and the streamer on there. Looks cute. True, the B one is one of them. Oh, that's right. Pig also has a very good one of them. I didn't process at that home it wasn't a wool face. But you know what? It is, technically. Part of me thinks maybe I should just leave the pumpkin the way it is, but now it's technically Halloween, so I should change it out. That's true, that is a bit of wool face. Oh no. I'm sorry, hero. Tracing is super quick. The only times I've ever attempted. Nope. Bye, internet, I guess. Just saw it dip into the 800s and go red.
Gotcha.
Sorry, now this is basically just chatting.
You okay?
I just feel bad that, like, it's not working. I know it's outside of my control, just...
So why do you feel bad?
Because I still feel bad. And it's 0. Did we lose? No. Part of me wonders if I should actually just end stream here, especially with seeing how much is just fluctuating everywhere.
Don't know. Can we make sure it's Steam closed?
Yep, I closed Steam, I closed Origin, like fully closed them.
Okay.
The only thing I have going on is just like the multi-stream, which is set to 480, so it's not even that high. And then I was playing music, which
fair, video playback does take. Like, even if it's a still image, it still tries to do video playback.
I mean, I could try closing it, but I don't think that's the issue.
It might be. So, and I'm gonna be switching over to my MacBook anyway soon. So.
I can attempt to close it. I just don't think that's the issue.
I'm not saying it is the issue, but
That's a mood mess. That's very much a mood. I appreciate whoever it was that photoshopped a phone into Luigi's hand. I'm gonna save that. That's going in the folder. Thank you, Queen. I closed the multi-link to see if maybe that would help. But honestly, I hear how much it's windy and outside, so I don't think that's the issue.
yeah, I'm not saying it is, and I'm just saying it couldn't hurt to try.
No, I know. That's why I closed it. How dare you all? We already had this fiasco, what, yesterday? On Deer Stream, where it just turned into how much everyone could just compliment me. Kelby is very cute. Thank you, Myth. Every day is Love Calby Day. Well, what about on like other people's birthdays and stuff? It can't be my day on their day. I'm still seeing it kind of dip. What do you mean? Yes, it can. Everyone, everyone's birthday is someone else's birthday too. Yes, but you only get one birthday. And do both. Maybe. With your sentence cream with that emote, it feels like a aggressive sip. Not that you mean it aggressively, it's just like you better listen to me. Oh god, I know exactly what this is, Myth. That's fair. Good puppo pics have been added to Discord, yes. Yeah, basically. ¿Por qué no los dos? Gotcha. It really does, Myth. I'm really glad that Tom decided to put that one as one of his animated ones. It is, but, you know, it's still valid. Tom's great. I hope Tom is enjoying all the speedruns. Before stream, another thing I was doing was that I was going through the TOS again because I'm gonna do the Pokemon Nuzlocke with a friend of mine, and I was trying to think of like because he sent me prompts, and I was thinking it's just like, would any of these prompts be against TOS? And luckily, it does not seem to be so. ¿Qué es yo como Shakespeare? Sí, mi amor. I wish I knew Spanish some days, but then other days I'm just kind of like, nope. I'm gonna go against my entire heritage and just learn Japanese. Wait, is there a difference? Oh, there probably is a difference, isn't there?
Okay, so let me go and sit down my computer, and I will do a brief stint of work before just going to lay down.
Okay. You get the food. I've just had multiple people, Queen, throughout my life be like, just learn Spanish kind of thing because of my last name and whatnot. It's just like, nah, not really. ASL is also really nice to learn. And rolling R's is hard. It's a hard case sound essentially. Gotcha. At least 2 of them were Queen. No, my last name is Hispanic though. And it's very painfully aware that it's Spanish. So anytime I have to let people know my last name, it's just like, nah. Minding your own business is free. And yet people don't want to do that. Hello, Mal. Oh yeah, as much as I could possibly say my last name and not have it be an issue, but I would rather not. I'm doing pretty okay. Kind of watching the internet levels right now because it was having a heckin' time. How are you? Taken 5 years total of Spanish and live in an area where it is spoken 50% of the time. Still not fluent. That's fair. Bia is just Spanish for berry. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. I wouldn't have guessed. My scope of Spanish just purely comes from Dora the Explorer, and that is it. I'm also mentally looking at this hand being like, do I want it to look like that, or do I want it to look more roundish? Right now, it also looks like the eyes have a bit of a glow going on them, and it's just like, oh, that looks a little cursed. Used to be fluent in French. I can dream in it, but it is all gone at this point. That's okay. Attempting to see if I can get a PS3 emulator working. Outside that, I'm surviving. Household full of sick people. Oh no! That sucks. I'm sorry. It's hard when you are having to live with a bunch of sick people, and the sickness just kind of bounces from everybody. Wait, why get fucked, Macron? What did they do to you, Queen? I don't know who they are. He knows what he's did. That's fair. Hopefully, the emulator ends up working for you. I'm very much stubborn of I would really rather have the physical copy as much as possible, so I don't know if Barry explained the full process of his 2D capture card shenanigans, other than Jake Doodle had sent it to him. And in which case, I don't know if it was just Jake Doodle had sent it to him with pre-graphics card capture attached to it, so I don't know who I would need to poke to be like, tell me your secrets. Tell me the things on how to do this. French president Islamic phobic and super. There's a lot of go to tell people what to do when Paris is smelling like pee, and he ain't doing anything about it. Why do places have to be run by shitty people? You mostly wanted to try it to see if it was possible? That's fair. Hi, Rocky. Thank you for 8 months at tier 3. Queen was just describing why she doesn't want to learn French. Nah, you're fine, Queen. Like, I'm generally open to talk about anything. And it's not like talking about politics is against Twitch TOS. Also, I realized going through Twitch TOS today that they did update the, like, sexualized thing. So I think feet no longer are an issue on Twitch. But also, how they had it listed, I feel like directly contradicts themselves. Also, I hope you're doing good, Rocky. And heck, there are a lot of people that are in 9 months now, and that does mean that they technically have had their stream baby. No, Rocky, we're not having a feet stream. That is fair, Queen. And I could be wrong with the way that I read it. I definitely know that it was updated since the last time I read it. Babies everywhere? Oof, maybe. Get the general feel of it, so it's fine. Also wanted to try a folklore to work on emulator, mostly as it would be easier than capturing PS3. That's fair. I'm sure it's not physically possible for me to be wrong. I'm sure there are plenty of times I'm wrong. Oh no, one of the pups is missing. That is fair, the pups wanted them. Does pup time have a way of being able to notify them of things? What's up?
I was thinking about headphones. I have headphones in here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Shit sucks. I generally wish that there was a way of just being able to fix things to where everything would just be okay. And I know that's not how the world works. I just really wish it's how it worked. Like, I just want people to feel like they can be taken care of and not have to worry about shit. Yeah. No, it's okay. I don't know as much of the overseas politics, so I don't have much I'd be able to really add to that. So you really can notify pub time myth. That is actually a thing you can do. I didn't know that. Rocky, isn't it too early for you to be drinking? Or am I not thinking of the correct time? That's neat, myth. I didn't know that. Pup time also sometimes streams pups going on walk. That's neat. I know it's ran by like a real person. I just didn't know if they left it open for people to be able to like reach out to them and whatnot. Heck, no, you queen. I'm just a goober. A goober that's been doing this coming up to a year, and I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. That makes sense. Oh, myth. Hero only did a tracing to test how fast it would be. Uh, he is just doing it like the reference being right there as he's drawing it, so that way he's able to have the reference there. Which makes sense, and also makes it to where the scale is accurate. Going to lurk and yell at your phone in Spanish. That's fair, Queen. I don't know what program you're using to yell at your phone in Spanish, but I hope you have a good lurk. Question, can you all only hear me, or can you hear the audio from the other room? Rocky, no. Rocky, no. Don't be teaching words in this. Rocky, no. Wait, how do you set up Duolingo to be able to yell at it? Because I use Duolingo for my Japanese, and it's never had me yell at it for anything. I feel like it's good for Japanese. It doesn't seem like it teaches the rules very well. So I'm kind of having to guess how it wants sentences formatted. Also, I think I've eaten enough to be able to continue on. I imagine it's kind of good for Spanish, but it really kind of feels like America's kind of solidified how they want to be able to teach Spanish, because I feel like it's the more commonly taught language. And I could be wrong. But it really feels like they know how to be able to teach Spanish properly, and they're kind of still figuring out how to teach other languages at times. After you get to a certain level, it's mostly dialogue instead of typing. Oh, well, guess I'll be in trouble when I get to that point. Especially for the fact that I'm just going to be like, hey, so I know that what you want me to say, but let me tell you how much my dyslexia is going to prevent me from saying it the way that you want me to say it. Also depends what kind of Spanish. There's nothing wrong with enjoying Spanish. I just wish I don't know if I wish I enjoyed it more or if I just understood it more. No worries, Queen. Also, you're a cute queen. And now you are no longer allowed to say no you because you said you would go yell at your phone. So in theory, I have won. I think I like how that looks. I think. Nope, that is the wrong one. That is also the wrong one. That feels weird. I don't know. Another. Also you. Thank you, Myth. I have changed my mind on the thumb. But it's really weird because it sounds closer to Portuguese. But not at all. That's fair. In high school, I had one teacher who taught Mexican, one that taught Argentina, and one that taught Castilian? It was confusing because they are close but not 100% the same. I don't know if I like the hand there. I don't think I do. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get rid of this entire hand. I'm going to get rid of the hand. It's going to be fine. That's the wrong button. Oh, I accidentally made it smaller. Whoopsies. Fuck. I was gonna think about drawing your nose, but now it just looks... It looks good with just this. Fuck. You know what, maybe I won't do... No, I should do nose. I should do a nose. No. I know I need to give a nose, but also it looks real good without a nose. Heck. Be like Krillin, noseless. Lurking in without a nose. How about this? We'll give it a try. Let's see. Let me bring up Hi, Gwen. How are you? Trying to figure some things out with this. Oh no. I saw the receipt. So, I guess the important question is he regretting life like the receipt promised? She says don't listen to him. He's stuck in gasping. Oh no. Sorry, Strayer. Do you have any milk you could go to? Also, welcome back, Stabby. You know what? I'm gonna... He doesn't get cuddles and kisses now because not collateral damage. Oh no. He said milk is for quitters. How about bread? Middle ground. How about bread? Bread is delicious and soft and definitely absorbs the oils. Demon Souls gets loaded and lets you make a character, but all the textures are not loading in game. Oh no! Die like a man. But what if you just live to tell another day and also build your heat levels? Wouldn't that be important? You're weak to spice, no kisses at all. That's fair. That would very quickly mush over to you. And then... That's the wrong layer. And then you're just both going to have a bad time. And then you're just going to be regretful of him. Because he was the one that chose the spice. Like, spice has made me cry before. I'll still go through with the cry, though. Sounds like quitter talk in here. What? I just want to make sure the regrets are not too far in. And that there is hope. And you can be saved. He couldn't even smell it without pain. What did they use? Garrus would be disappointing you all? I don't know. I'm sure that whatever fucking I would give Garrus would make up for it. Don't worry about it. That didn't sound as good coming out. Never does. Damn it. Sorry, that will be my one I'll try and have that be my one spicy statement of stream. I make no promises. Only that I will try. Cricket has a nesting box in the office. She's currently purring at her eggs. Aw. Years of MREs and abusing caffeine have already destroyed that. What are MREs again? No worries. I always get a VOD at a later time. Army food? Okay. Those meals always look extremely questionable. Never let me repeat, never get any one of them with eggs. Ever. I feel like it can't be any worse than the boiled scrambled eggs that were frozen, thawed out, and left in the plastic bag as they boiled during my time during summer camp. Could be any worse of an egg out there than that. Nice. Nice, Mal. That will be exciting, being able to give a try. MREs are basically what happens when people complain that the calorie block doesn't taste good enough. Uh-oh. Some are bad, but never eggs. That's fair. You got the omelet MRE. Basically, you must have pissed somebody off. Oh no. Yeah, Brocky, summer camps were a real thing. Like, it wasn't for the entire summer, but it happened during summer, so, you know. I went what was supposed to be an all-girls camp. The 1 year we left was because it was not an all-girls camp in terms of the camp counselors type thing. So it was kind of really awkward to have some grown-ass men being the leader of a cabin full of girls. And there were some men that you just got that vibe from. Them creepy vibes. So. And also a woman that I'm fairly certain was possibly struggling with some PTSD, only because there were times that she was fine and nothing was wrong, and then all of a sudden she was upset about something, and we didn't know what she was upset about, or that it would be upsetting to her, and then it was just kind of like emotionally dumped on us. Yeah, Rocky, it was in the woods. They were cabins in the woods. And the cabins were near a lake. And on the other side of the lake was the all-boys camp. I have a camp counselor from 3 different camps throughout college. Huh. Well, I only got to go to summer camp, Stabby, because we took part in the fundraisers to be able to earn the money to go. If it wasn't for that, we would be too poor to go. Let's see. Did get kicked out of 4-H camp for beating up a kid and refusing to get him out of the pool because he broke my friend's arm? So I beat him up, threw him into the pool, and the leaders were like, go get him out. And I was like, he'll figure it out. They told me I couldn't come back. I would have no regrets either. Was a camp counselor once for Japanese exchange students in Oregon. Neat. If he can break a kid's arm, he can leave the pool. Need the Sims. Oh. Actually, before college, now that I think about it. Serve to note, I was 11. Which means he probably was old enough to know better. At least, I feel like he would have. But yeah, the camp counselors we had, I wasn't Mormon, but it was for a Mormon group. And they had one year decided that they were gonna have some men counselors, so. And some of them were being, like, kind of flirty. And then they also made up a whole, like fake wood creature to be able to, like, take us out into the woods to go hunting for this mystical creature that could only be, and I shit you not, only have a chance of showing up if we wore our underwear or our bras on our heads. I was a marriage bad counselor for Boy Scouts when I was 17. I was an animation camp counselor for a community college for kids. And an arts, sports counselor in a Christian camp. I was an atheist at the time. That's fair. Yeah, it was gross, especially for the fact that the only reason they had us do it because they wanted to get photos to be able to show a silly outing type of thing. Yeah, it was not a good time. Sorry, Sappy. Yeah, and like, luckily, I knew it was a joke because I read up on a bunch of like mystical creatures. This is like, I know for certain that is not it. And I think they actually tried telling us that it was like a chupacabra kind of thing. It's just like, no, that's not what a chupacabra is. Chupacabra is this type of thing. And I was given a lot of sass because I would not put a bra or underwear on my head. I was just like, no, I don't need it. I'll go out with you, but I don't need it on me. And then, of course, like, you know, later there was like the very obvious photo of sorts, and it's just like, yep, sure glad I didn't do that. I wish we could have gotten some caves. Yeah, I don't know. It was weird, especially for the fact that that was a year that a lot of men counselors were there, and the men were the ones taking the photos. So I also had a moment where we were in a cave and the board to cross the water broke and everyone was scared to leave, but the water was only like chest high on me. So I just hopped in and promised that if something grabbed at us, I'd throw myself in the way so they could get out. Even though I knew only crickets and like crawdads were in there. One girl was like, there's gonna be something with lots of teeth. So I just told her that it'd eat me first because I was already in the water. There are plenty of other ways to get a silly picture beyond doing creepy things to kids. There is. And the fact that that was their go-to, especially with how dark it was out in the woods at night, and with the range of girls was like 11, borderline 12 to 17, is like, they're all minors. And you're being kind of weird about having them have their underwear or their bra on their heads. Yeah, I was not okay with it, and I still got told, even though after the photo was obviously taken of us, that I still should have put underwear or bra on my head. So it's just like, nah. If anything, I'm glad I didn't. Now I don't have that burden to bear. I keep thinking it's Gerard. I keep thinking it's Gerard. It was weird, and because of, like, that was the year of our also weird camp counselor of just, like, randomly crying on us. Just... It was the year that we begged the kitchen to staff for letting us borrow their phone, because that was literally the only way to reach the outside world. Called our mom crying, wanting her to come pick us up. Especially for the fact that we let her know that, like, hey, you did this because this was an all-girls thing, and there are several men here. And luckily she did. And thank you, Nikki. I will do some hand stretches and see about getting something to drink. I don't know how well the cracks come from my fingers into mic, but they're kind of close. That's fair. No cracks? Okay, that's good. Also, Strayer, you can still... It's not too late to get some milk or a piece of bread. Our attempts to have their own form of currency, which was rocks painted gold, silver, and white, only it was done with the same craft paint that was used every day by kids, and that was devious. That's fair. Bud Light? Oh no, beer makes it worse, Strayer. Beer actually makes it worse. To be clear, I'm fairly certain, like, it's just... If I remember right, even if it's a seltzer, it's still Bud Light. It's still kind of a beer, and it's still bad. Stabbing, though. Gwen cheating the system to her advantage. Knew they never gave me that many, cause small child doesn't know moderate restraint. Alcohol will help distract from the heat? No. Yeah, adults like to think that they have like the upper hand on kids, but it's just like not really. Not as much as you would like to think. Kids are not as dumb as adults sometimes think they are. Let's see, maybe... They did also try to get us the get us to officially join the Mormon church. We told them no, obviously. Glad I did. Especially for the fact that teenage me was not as well educated on the things that it would do. And I wasn't really super into religion that age anyway. Still not, but that is just what is best for me. I wonder if I should give this a different face, honestly. I really like the mouth, but maybe I should give it a different mouth to be able to show proper mode. You're all good, Gwen. I don't consider finding the flaws in a system to be a bad kid move. I don't really think I did anything exceptionally bad as a kid. At least, not that I can think of. I mean, I do that on the regular being sober, I feel like, Gwen, especially with me with streaming, so beer will make the spice worse, though. Strayer, please. New raspberry lemonade Mountain Dew. That actually sounds really good. That shadow is absolutely gonna get lost, but it's fine. This is suffering of its own design. You know, you're not wrong. And at the end of the day, I can't control people. All I can do is just hope that uh hope that they're okay. Yeah, I would be fine with that. Whatever you feel like sharing. Oh, is the Donkey Kong music over? I think the Donkey Kong music is over. You're sweet, thank you. Well, Donkey Kong's over, I guess. What are some other old video game soundtracks that I could throw on? Chrono Trigger? To be fair, I have not finished Chrono Trigger. I have a Vita version, and I just have not ever finished it. It is very good. Final Fantasy IV Shiba. I'm trying to remember what song that is. Only if you want to, Stabby. Let's see. I don't know if I think this is gonna do the actual gameplay of it. It's not like just the straight audio, I don't think. So, yeah, you can link it. Links are fine until someone messes it up for everybody. Let's see. I'm trying to see if it's too soft for you all. I think it is. Because I could just barely hear it. I feel like I can hear it pretty okay, so hopefully you all can too. I appreciate it. I would eventually like to go through Chrono Trigger someday, just I don't know if I would do it as like a channel thing. I don't know. Oh, nope, that's not where I want that. Sharing Final Fantasy music? That's fair. I just hope that at some point they pull back them whole wanting to do NFT things so I can feel guilt-free about going back into Final Fantasy again. I probably need to make adjustments to mic, honestly, so that way I'm louder. Is that it? No, that's not it. It just needs to be it. Let me... I will take a look at that in a sec, Stabby. Did one more round. Wait, what's wrong with what? All the details gonna get lost when I scale it down. All of this is gonna get lost when I scale it down. I know I don't have to be doing this. Oh, the whole, like, Square Enix deciding they were gonna support, like, NFT stuff, and I don't feel good about trying to delve into something if it's gonna try and support NFTs right now. Almost done with Phantasy Star on the Master System. But, like, think of an old school RPG where you could miss an item and make your life hell. Oh no. And I know a lot of people right now can't really remove themselves from the Final Fantasy space, and that is understood. I just don't feel like I can personally support it. At least, not right now. I just kind of hope that maybe if enough people are telling them no, they'll be able to rethink and not do NFT things. Feels weird. I don't know if I like it, but eh. And, like, obviously, I'm not gonna bash anybody that is still going to be going through Final Fantasy and stuff like that. I'm just hoping that they reconsider Granted, I would have so much grinding I would need to do to be able to get caught up. And I know eventually I would. It would just be like anything, just take time. Just thank you. I definitely want to be able to play with people when the time comes that I can join and play again. I just don't know when it would be at this point with their NFT decisions. And that would also be another main reason that I would want to join, because I know a lot of people that are playing it and are enjoying it. And I like feeling included with being able to play and hang out with people. I just sometimes am not super great at the whole I have to play alone for X amount of time before I'm allowed to play with people because game said so. Yeah. Which I am honestly not looking forward to that day. I don't want it to be a thing. But I also realize that this might just be a losing race at this point, and that things are just gonna turn out the way that it be. Well, that's not what I wanted. It very much feels like that it's just really getting harder to take the moral high ground of like, I don't want to do this because I don't want to support NFTs, and soon that's just possibly not going to be a choice I can make because everything's just going to have NFTs in it. Where is it that you are? I get you, hero. And that is also fair, like, trying to find population to move to Mars and be able to set up shop there. I see that. I'm gonna need to fix that. Go. I see that. which... Okay, you're on this layer, which means... No? Oh, it's because I have this highlight. There we go. Let's also fix that. Yeah. It feels like Amazon is definitely a monopoly that is now just too powerful for anyone to really win against. Which sucks. I don't want that to be the case. But it feels like that's what's happened. Who knows when we would have the Gundam robots in space? We might have to wait at least 100 years. If we have Gundam robots in space, we have failed as a society, like really failed. Is it because we would have to then resort to fighting in space? Sorry. Oof. Ugh. Oh, song ended. Logic is making giant robots that look humanoid. Really makes no sense. That's fair. There is a Kingdom Hearts one, and I am debating if I could get away with that. Probably not. I want Kingdom Hearts. I just don't know if I could get away with it. If that makes sense. Let's see. Record Cope is very good. I don't know if the playlist I saw on YouTube would have had that heroes, so probably best to be safe and not do it for a sec. At least for a hot minute. Also, I should probably... If it helps Rocky, Banjo-Kazooie was supposed to be this month, coming to Nintendo Switch Online? It probably does. It probably does, because Dearly Beloved is very good. I don't want the VOD to get muted though. That's fair, Rocky. I think I'm going to go take a small break and just go to the bathroom real quick. So everyone can take this time to stretch, grab water if they need to, and I'll be right back. And I'll leave music on, obviously. Also realized I should probably leave a note that I will be right back, so let's I think I've grabbed what I need from there, so I'll just move this up. I'll just move this up here. Nope. Was it this one? No. Was it this one? Yes, it was. Oh, that you cannot actually see that at all. How about this? Nope, not really. That's fine. I'll just grab a darker color. Okay, there we go. Also, have a good night, Rocky. And also have a good night, Hero. Hopefully the construction's not too terribly bad. Okay, I'm gonna mute the mic. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back.
Hope you're ready for some fun. Surprise! I hope I didn't scare you. Wow, they chose me. The odds are full of all kinds of math.
I just got back. Thank you, Cord and Lucas Phoenix, for the raids. It looks like you're going to bed, Cord. Have a good night, and thank you for the raid. Also, thank you for the follow, Lucas Phoenix. Hello, Void. Hello, Cam. Hello, Alphonse. Hello, Ninten. Hopefully I didn't miss anything too terribly much else away. Doesn't seem like I missed too much of anything. We're just working on more emotes. I'm trying really hard to finish filling up the slots. And if anyone is wanting to watch GDQ along with us, the multi-link is set up to be able to do stream and GDQ. Otherwise, welcome. Usually kind of swap back and forth between art and video games. Internet has had a bit of a struggle today, so we're artin'. Thank you, Nikki. I'll go ahead and remove that for now and remind myself of which layer I was working on. I hope you both had a good stream. I know Quartz probably is already gone to bed. That's okay. Hopefully the music's not too terribly loud for you all, or if it's too low, I can always turn it up. I know my streams tend to be a little bit more quieter than the norms. Thank you. Good to know. Let's see, I should actually highlight this again so I'm not motion outside the lines accidentally. And being that GDQ is going, streams were meant to be a little wonky this week, which in this case I normally do every other day, but for this week I will decide not to stream again until Friday so I could watch the rando race and whatnot. And I already realized I'm going to lose a lot of detail once I scale this down. I just want to make sure that I'm adding in the detail that I normally would. Which means my process tends to take a little bit longer, but I think I'm getting the hang of how I want the emotes to look in a sense. And I say that just as everything ends up changing from the way the rest of the emotes look. Some emotes were kind of an experiment. Not so much anymore. I think it looks okay. I think I would like to try uploading it and seeing how it looks from the Twitch side of things. What you think?
I like them. Just then you want to peek them out.
Yeah, just like a lurk peeking in, so on and so forth. Unfortunately, I think it is over the, yeah, it's over. So I need to just kind of resize it down a little bit.
Yeah. Well,
were you able to work on what you wanted?
I looked at what the issue is. I fully diagnosed what the issue is. And to be fair, as far as I can tell, this issue has never. The thing that they're claiming should be working has never worked. So, you know, it's fine. How do I such? I don't know. Just didn't come to see the people I have to work with.
You want to sit down and talk about it?
Eh. I mean, I could just go lay down and say fuck it and go to bed.
You could. No one is stopping you. Yeah, something like that, Nikki. Let's see. Does that mean actually this would... This one might actually... You think that transitions well?
Yeah.
Yeah, frog. Let's see. Okay. It's definitely the smallest one.
Yeah.
Which, granted, like, lurking is meant to be small anyway. It won't let me look at it on mobile because it decides it's gonna be rude. I have to refresh the entire application. Let's see. Not horrible. I just feel like it's a little small.
If you got a little more. Anyway, I think I'm just gonna go lay down.
Okay. I love you. I don't think I ever played the Rugrats PS1. But I probably see what you mean. What do you all think? Does that look too small in terms of it, or is it fine and should I stop tinkering with it? You like? Thank you. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking, which I don't feel like would be too terribly hard to fix. Let's see. Just gotta close out of this. Let's go ahead and make sure I save it before I go tinkering with such things. Because effectively what I can do is might ruin some of the lines, but yeah, it kind of messes with some of the lines. But I feel like that would read better. No, I getcha. And even if it's small on the screen, I would like to make sure that it's still fairly readable. So it looks like it's just going to result in having to maybe clean up a few of the lines. But I don't think that would be an issue. Not seeing too much color lost on the hair side of things. Oh wait, a little bit there actually. So I guess I should. And after I'm done going through this, we could try one more time and see how it goes. Luckily, having the instant upload I feel like helps a lot with this, so that way I can just see instantly if there's still something I need to change. I know they have the preview and whatnot, and that helps to a degree, but it doesn't really, I feel like, give the full scope of things. Like, you really don't truly know how it's gonna look until you start uploading it and tinkering with it that way. Hopefully that makes sense. very least, I'm glad to be able to get the feedback being that these are not only for me, they're for anyone who essentially wants them. And I want to make sure that they look nice for you all too. And trying to do it on a smaller scale, sometimes that just happens. Oh boy. Might as well just go over that just to make sure. Not seeing any separation, but you never know. No worries, Alphonse. I hope you have a good breakfast and thank you. Hopefully, I'm able to just kind of get these more done. Let's see. Just gonna replace the one that I have. See if the one I have is within the size specification. Still is cool. We just need to delete from the library and try this again. Rearrange it, refresh it. Let's see. Appears that the internet had decided to just say heck you at some point. I feel like that reads a lot better than it did before. The other one was exceptionally small. I feel like this one is much, much better at being able to be like a lurkin. Like, I could give these a white border, but probably not. I don't think it needs it. Then, at the very least, I think I'll count that one as done. Thank you, Gwen. I think it looks a lot better with being able to have it be bigger. Yeah, some of the details I worked on is effectively lost, but I feel like having it in the corner helps a lot. Okay. Then I say that this one is good enough to save. So we'll go ahead and save that. And I will need to at least do some tinkering with this. Do I do commissions? I haven't really been asked before other than myths, so like I just figure if anyone wanted, I guess they could write. I would have no idea what my prices would be just because I've never really been asked before. You want to throw money at me for art? But you're already giving me cookies. But still, you're already giving me cookies. Nope, I opened up the wrong thing. Need my PDF file. Where's my PDF file? There it is. S2G? Hi, Slim! We were working on emotes, which I should probably now take out the fact that I'm no longer working on emotes from the tags. And I'm gonna try tinkering with my anniversary sign that I'm trying to be a part of. You hanging in there, Slim? Yeah, emotes. Just finished up this one. I'm just updating the tags. Thank you. There we go. We are no longer working on emotes. Return to sea tomorrow, so I'm trying to chill. That's fair. Nice! Which one did you end up going with? Also, Gwen, what does S2G mean? I don't know what that means. Nice! That will be very exciting then. Oh. Let's see. Swear to God. Okay, that's fair. Okay, that sentence makes a lot more sense. It's not that I would refuse to give you a price, Gwen. I don't know what my price would be. I haven't thought about it. Yeah, I kind of have it up on my phone. I'm very confused, and I don't know what's going on. I'm just kind of rolling with it. I figured we got into the silly games block. And it also looks like it's meant to be a spooky game. Okay, I will think it over, Gwen. It's a horror block? Oh. Why are they dressed up like that? You know what? I'm not gonna question it. The last time I questioned it, it was right in their name, and while this is not in their name, I just gonna roll with it. It has something to do with their thing, and they're just doing their thing. Why is there a sad face out in the distance, actually? How long is the speedrun? He dressed up as the antagonist? What is going on, actually? Are they dancing as, like, the single ladies? I feel like they are. What the fuck is going on, actually? Are we sure this is a horror game? Okay, it stopped now. That's fine. Maybe that just means I should really, like, not take a look at it anymore. I believe you. I'm just real confused. Where's my reference for Seer? Where's my Seer reference? Where is my Seer reference? Oh god. So I take a lot of screenshots of things. Some of them are like not for resource. Some of them are just purely because something crazy has gone on in game and I just need the screenshot of it. And I was reminded that this exists. This was back when the trains were still running. And I'm just sitting here being like, oh yeah, I remember that. A Rampart had set up a shield right up on there so that way Sheila could just have a stationary mobile way of getting around. Deleted my 8 GB folder from my computer and it says I used a gigabyte instead. What? That's weird. That was a quick game. Honestly, I thought it was gonna last longer. But you know what? That dude definitely left an impression. He spent the most out of his 4 minutes and 39 seconds. Now back to what I was originally doing, which was looking for my Seer reference. I downloaded a bunch of references last night. And there you are. I don't know how tall... You know what? I was going to ask Epcarnison Hero to pose for me in the firing range today. And I forgot to do that. Yeah, there are some files that like to kind of linger around until you have reset the computer. Also, Gwen, is Strayer still dying? This stray is still dying because of heat. Is there nothing we could do to convince him to have any sort of milk? Stray is laying down with some ice cream, no longer making pain noises. Thank goodness. I will accept ice cream because ice cream is one of those things. It has milk, so it'll be fine. I get you. Just long enough to be I told you so, be Maple. Been best friends for 20 years now. Nice. You know his limits. Clearly better than he does for the fact that he was the one dying and you're like, I told you so. I'm still laughing over the fact that they put that on the receipt of make him regret life. No, that's fair. Like, sometimes it's easier being able to know somebody else's limits than your own. That's supposed to look. I'll do a messy hat for now. It's fine. Want to get more of the rough sketch out anyway. I know you all can't see it, but I do have a seer reference right next to this drawing. Neat. I have no idea what could be made out of raisin. I've honestly never looked into it because it's just like, that sounds like it'll be messy, and it sounds like that's definitely something I would attempt to do and then immediately be like, I don't know what I'm doing, so I guess I'm giving up on this now. You know what? I don't know if you would actually be able to see that. Very messy and very sticky. I can imagine so. The only thing I've ever messed with that have gotten, like, kind of borderline of, like, I don't know if I'm doing this right, was one time I had tried to do the whole spray paint art thing, and that was an interesting process. That looks weird. I'll figure out how more soon. They really do. Like, good on you to have perfected this craft to where it looks easy, but also, how did you learn this? I imagine it had to be like people that figured out that if they weren't allowed to spray paint the walls and stuff like that, buildings, that they would just take the paper. Okay. Boredom and curiosity, yes. There are some Ryzen 3D printers now? I didn't know that. That sounds like it would still be complicated. You know what? Let's see. Trying to figure out how to be able to slim this boy down. He doesn't really have hips. Trying to erase as much lines as I can to be able to see if I'm getting kind of the idea I would want. Especially for the fact the seer is I thank you, Lizard, for giving Slim a sub. Also, have a good night, Gwen. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. Did Rena finally get it all fixed up, or is that just still hanging around? Thank you, Ed, for gifting a sub to Shadow Mage. I'm not seeing Rena's icon on here, so I assume that everything's still kind of hecky for them. I imagine Shadow's probably asleep right now, and he will probably see that in the morning. That feels like that helped a lot. That slimmed down a lot. I hope you're doing good, Lizard. We finished up new emote, which Slim used. Let's see. So, if that is there, which means... Oh, you're continuing the gift sub. Oh, okay, my mistake. Sorry about that. I'm mixed up too. Thank you for deciding to continue it. Lizard is a heckin' cutie. No, Ed, you weren't supposed to remember that existed. That command will probably be the death of me. And it'll be fine. Let's see. So, if... that feels like it's a little... I try very hard to think in terms of actual anatomy. Like, belly button should be like about there. Granted, belly button's not going to be shown, but like, you know, it exists. Especially for the fact that, like, he's gonna have, like... God, I'm gonna figure out, like, the bodies of everyone, and then I'm gonna have to start a new layer with being able to add in all the costumes. That's basically what the plan is right now. Honestly, I feel like I realize this probably looks like just a colossal mess, but it all makes sense to me, I promise. Okay, so if... actually, see your shoulder is... no, that's not even. Also not even. Let's see. Yeah, it's definitely the messy phase, I feel like, of this. I just don't normally show the messy stage as a live stream. Which I imagine you probably all see from the title of it. Excuse me. There was a art sign going on for Apex Anniversary art. I found out a little bit late on it, so me and Hero were joining in on it. And we want to be able to make sure we're meeting the deadline with it, which... Let's see. His arms are actually a little bit longer. So let's actually move this down. About here. Thank you. This is just normally when things are super messy and I feel like I'm really the only one that is fully able to comprehend what's going on right now. Which I don't figure is a whole lot of fun for anybody, but I get what you mean, Lizard. Nope, that's not the one I wanted. There we go. I know with talking with Carnus about all of this, last year I had applied to try and be a part of a Zine. And it was for Gerard. I really wanted to be able to take part in it. Like, really wanted to be able to take part in it. And I didn't get chosen. And honestly, I was just like, I know the reason is probably that there isn't really a portfolio there, but also I feel a little heartbroken that I am not able to join in on this. And he wasn't sure if I was going to want to try for a Zine again because of how I felt with it, which is completely understandable. I mentally told myself that I would try again. Originally, it was going to be that I'll try again once I have a portfolio together, but I feel like them being open about people just joining helps me with just like being able to kind of work towards this. Doesn't mean I'm probably gonna have some long hours. Yeah, probably. And there's probably gonna be a lot of our streams in the near future because of it. But I think it'll be good. I still feel like this is a little off, so let's... So if I move that down and move views down just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. and probably see about adjusting things here. I think. Let me actually check something. Because honestly, this might be able to tell me what it is I need to know. Let's see. Where's Fuse? There you are. Okay. Okay, Lifeline's definitely shorter. Where did... Hey. I accidentally deleted my thing. Hang on. Let's try this again. Let's see. I'm using this as a frame of reference to see how tall he is. Because they're both standing on the same platform. Honestly, they look to be about the same. Whoops, I accidentally deleted it again. How did that happen? Okay. This one. Like, the best way I could check, honestly. I can copy and paste them onto the same layer. And lower the opacity of one of them, and we can see which one of these boys is taller or shorter. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Honestly, looking at shoulder positions, it looks like they're the same height. So only Lifeline's short. Okay. That's interesting. Hopefully that makes sense what I was checking. Okay, so for this, I don't really need to change it then? If anything, I could just like stretch it out. Have them... like, him kind of leaning forward makes sense. So... them being about the same... okay. So they're honestly about the same. Obviously, Fuse has some beefier legs. So even though Fuse is about the same height as Seer, because I'm gonna have him kind of scrunched over, that should be fine. Okay. Let's see, and this would be Seer's hand, so... okay. Let's see. If I just... compose that, I think, a little bit to the side. Still have... because my plan, essentially, and I don't remember if I shared it in here. Let me find it. This is basically what I'm going for. Obviously, the format doesn't work the same with what I'm doing here. So, effectively, oops, didn't mean to bump the mic there. So, I would also effectively be putting like a little bit of the side cover thing. Can't do Rolling Stones, obviously, but like always see. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to see all of it, but just as a general idea. And then one of the things I was unsure of is whether or not I wanted to add the text of sorts into it. And thinking about it, I think I do want to be able to go for it, because then maybe I can do like kind of like a blob here of just like, you know, Apex, like Apex anniversary. And then I guess like fake news of sorts, like over here. Which I could either have it lower down here, or I could see about having, oops. It doesn't seem to work as well. So instead, what I could do is maybe just kind of have one, like maybe like something here, and then maybe something here. I don't know yet what I'm going to write on here. But there'll be something right there. That could also be the space for, like, you know, whoops. I could put like 3rd anniversary on there. I'm not sure what I could name their metaphorical band, but effectively there would be blob right there. And maybe obviously this would be a lot smaller, but could do like the weird Apex B. Which I feel like fills that space. like I would want to know exactly how it's going to be, especially when I start to go into line art this, because once I start to go into line art this, I want to know basically what's going to get covered, so I don't have to necessarily worry about the details for that area. But quite frankly, like, I'm probably still going to anyway. If anything, I like how it's going so far. Nah, don't save. Don't save. Let's see. That's right. His arm is basically hovering on, hugging on this arm. Man, this is gonna be such a monumental feat. 'Cause they're gonna want a check-in on the 17th, and I want to be far enough along by the 17th to be able to be like, hey, I know I started late, but I'm working on it, and I'll have it done by the 27th. It's coming along. It's just definitely gonna take some time. But I don't want to go too terribly late, especially for the fact that a lot of this is gonna be kind of mindless tinkering. Let's see. Kind of thinking I should probably end it there. Thank you. I'm glad that it's looking pretty good so far. I think a lot of it's just going to be kind of, at this point, just tinkering. Part of me thinks that I probably should have done like a 3D model, but honestly, I'm not too worried about it. If I need like hand roughs or something like that from a 3D model, I'm sure I'll be able to pull those aside and just make sure I grab them. Let's see. I think I'll call it there for tonight. Got a good chunk of it done. And got an emote done. Which means that I just have... Technically, all of the tier 1 emotes are filled up right now. But I would like to do something better for the Uwu face. I'm not going to stress about it too much because it's there. At some point, I'll need to figure out the 5K slot. And I'll eventually need to think of a 10K slot. And boy howdy, I'll fear the day that somebody does that one. Or even gets there. Because that feels like it's so far away, but also it feels like everyone has just been extremely generous this year, and just, it's weird to think about. Mentally, I look at the follower count and I think, is it possible to get to 300 within the first year of streaming? But I'm also not gonna worry too much about that. I didn't think I would get this far in the 9 months I've been affiliate, so it has been a year. Yeah, that's why I kind of figured, like, obviously I would need to fill the 5K slot because technically Myth has that slot right now, so me and Myth would have a emote. So I'll eventually need to fill that, but for now, I think my main focus art-wise is going to be getting this done, being that I will be a little pressed for time in terms of it. Thank you. You're all sweet. I don't feel like I did a whole heck of a lot to deserve it, but thank you. I'm just glad people like coming and hanging out. Let's see. So I think we'll end it there. I'm not seeing a whole heck of a lot of people on other than GDQ, so we could go there. Especially for the fact that I'm probably going to watch more runs. Thank you, Lizard. It's something I always want to be able to push and make better. And I think that was a big hurdle I had to get over originally. To be able to be like, everything doesn't need to be set up for me to get started. It's allowed to be a work in progress for however long it takes. And I guess I should work on that more. Work on notifying you more. Thank you for anyone that decided to come hang out or stick around from any of the raids. If you would like to follow and have more of these wild shenanigans with me, of either art or video games, and more of Karnas being here as well, then you can always follow and hang out. That's the only thing I can think of. I love you all too. Thank you all for hanging out, and as a reminder, I won't stream again until Friday because GDQ. Have a good night, everybody.